Everybody, welcome back. Frigid here as always. Still got this level to clear through. I did a bit more grinding to get everybody up to level 45. Although I might be able to make it work with this. What does this do again? Target is cursed, immediately activated twice, reduced by 2. Randomly gain one of the following, then reduce this effect's count by 1. Looks like it's meant to be used in conjunction with N-Corp. Because this stuff down here, inflict one additional curse for every 3 negative effects on target that aren't curse or... Oh, that aren't. Never mind. Forget what I said. Gonna have to spam his skill 1 a lot. That in Heathcliff's counter. Been through it. Yeah, that's right, it's a focused battle. That saved me, I forgot. Hello there, CG9. Nope. There'll be no SP gain for you. Not this round, Earl. Stack up some coffin. Oh, wait. There we go. That'll do it. Come on! Well, at least I got... tried to find someone who could read kanji. Well, all I can tell you is that person is not me. There's maybe a handful that I know. Okay, how much coffee did that get him? 6! Nice! Nice try! Nani? Oh, did we take that buff from him? Sweet! Wait a second. I think I'm trying to get red as a spoiler. Oh. Yeah, I would not know nearly enough kanji. Like I said, there's maybe a handful of kanji that I know. Why is it hopeless, though? Oh. Man, that went down. Gregor, don't fail me now! I'm gonna have a bad time. I got a better idea. Come on. Staggered him. That's what I was going for. Oh great, he brought back Hidley Lamar. Oh, need more gloom. Power counter. Who's attacking that one again? What the heck is going on? Why was it slowing down like that all of a sudden? What the heck is my computer doing? Dang, I gotta smash a bot. Bot be gone! Let that one go through. Oh, come on! I don't think so! You're no match for the Lord of Heisho! Or Hongyeon. My bad. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Blood Flame Massacre, huh? Okay, Headley Lamar. Actually, better idea! No. Round and round, goes around, comes around. Wait, what? Yeah, do that. Pop goes the weasel. Slaughter the Sinclair. Man, I really need to get that ID. This is good for showing them what the pecking order is. Meh. Oh dear. Where'd that damage come from? That won't do! I am laying the smack down here! That depends. Was your Sinclair at uptype 4? I've got two on support that are level 55. One's at uptype 3, the other's at uptype 4. This is the one at uptype 4. also, does yours have Hex Nail? Well, so far so good. He's down to half health, it looks like. Less than half. One more rampage like that and he's down. He's really tearing through him. Actually, he's tearing through everybody. Of course, then again, he's level 55. Everybody's here. Everybody I'm up against here is 45, so there's that. Man. Behead Heathcliff. Okay, but why does he keep losing health? Okay. Actually, on second thought, oh, and that one does. Okay, good to know. Other way. Was that the first time? Also, if he counters, he gets Blood Flame, and that's a reused coin on his skill 2 and on skill 3. It makes it unbreakable. Now, I'm also trying to make use of his first skill to fuel Fluid Sac. Seriously, what the heck is going on with his health? It's like it's just not healing. Okay, fine then. If you were to do some shenanigans with chain battles, you can make it work. He has basically perpetual uptime, and then you never need to counter with him. Give Catherine back! She is forever lost. Her consciousness is broken, scattered to 1,000 places. Shut up! You have to do much worse to make me give up. Heathcliff, the Earl King, falls to his knees. He was less than 10 paces from the rooftop. We had to stop him from going up the stairs no matter what. He is bound. I can't hold him with these chains for much longer. Neutralize the target as soon as possible. I'll knock that wretch unconscious. It is one of many lesser known skills of butlers to keep their foes neutralized. Dante, our foremost party should be finding out who it was that showed the Earl King Heathcliff about Heathcliffs and Catherines in every world. The one who opened his eyes to the nearer worlds. I see now. Faust, you only have the potential to know all things, not the knowledge of all things. Yeah, because whenever he enters a chain battle, he automatically has 3 blood flame. If that statement pertains to me, then yes. But that is... I suppose I'll find out when it's your turn. One thing at a time, Faust. Let's think about this from the very start. Understood. The very first question we must ask is how Catherine suddenly gained a keen interest in studying the mirror worlds. Let's see. Considering that she had led a relatively normal life before Heathcliff's departure, this behavior seems highly irregular. So it's pretty much a given that there's someone active behind the scenes, egging her on. Indeed, someone who handed the mirror to Catherine, leading her to create that laboratory. Someone who had to have invited Earl King Heathcliff to this manor. Must be someone close to Catherine, someone who she heavily relied on. Well, let's see. Naturally, one of the house staff would have been in such a position to do that. Oh, and that's right. Didn't Nellie say something about the dead rabbits having red eyes? How could she have known something like that? Do you recall what Nellie said when we first discovered the golden bough in the basement? There! Is that the golden bough you were looking for? Right, she did say that. Executive Manager, she couldn't have known that we were actively seeking the golden boughs. We never shared that information with her. The only thing she should have known at that stage is what Catherine's will stated, that she was leaving the golden bough to Heathcliff. And when we encountered the dead rabbits in the corridor, she claimed that the word on the street is that most people were dead rabbits with red eyes. But, as you're well aware yourself, in these streets, their eyes would not have had any color. Right? If she wasn't even at an angle where she could see their eyes, it could only mean that she was already aware of the fact that before we encountered them. Nellie. Don't let Nellie anywhere near Heathcliff. But you're too late. Now, ascend to the rooftops, Heathcliff. Nellie, why are you talking to him? Do you still not understand? It is Nellie who invited me to this manor. She summoned me here, gave me information I needed to utterly destroy that fool Hidley. Oh, and it was Nellie who introduced me to that girl, Isabella. Do not ask me why. The answer is quite plain. We were both tired of enduring. Earl King Heathcliff, now freed by Nella's hand, disappeared to the rooftop of the manor. I didn't expect to get XP and experience tickets, but they're rather low-level ones. Oh yeah. There it is. I don't have to actually have them in the active party to get the benefit, right? Yeah, there he is.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Nelly. Oh. Bowie! They have to be on the field. Bowie! You betrayed me? This man has never been on your side, not even once. And Heathcliff, I find it rather vexing that you would use the expression betrayal. Heathcliff slowly approaches Nellie. Can't imagine the level of betrayal he must be feeling. Tell me why? You've really changed, Heathcliff. The old you wouldn't have bothered to ask even a single question before swinging that big club at my skull. I'm asking because it's you! Do I really have to destroy even our childhood? Heathcliff, what are you most afraid of? I wasn't afraid of the ghost that Miss Catherine claimed to have seen. I wasn't afraid of the tempest that sometimes shook this manor, or how violent Mr. Hindley would get when he was drunk. Until one day, I became afraid. I became afraid of an old woman whose heart and body were aged beyond their years. I was that old woman. An old woman who suffered because of you, Heathcliff, and Miss Catherine in every world. Round and round you and Miss Catherine went, both plagued by the hatred, the misunderstandings, the terrible obsessions. And I, in every world, was always dragged under the wheel of destruction, suffering and struggling to my last haggardly breath, again and again and again. The worst thing is that all of us were ignorant of our doomed fates. I hadn't even an inkling that the two of you were consuming every minute of my life, little by little. So, I showed it to her too. I told her that it was a mirror shot that showed the beholder whatever their heart wished to see. The glass shards can make countless cracks in the hearts of humans. It shakes the very foundation of one's existence. The knowledge of mirror worlds can suck the meaning out of every struggle, everything that one has worked for their entire life, and plants the seeds of doubt in their heart. Doubts about the very path one seeks to take in their life. It's enough to make them attempt to meddle with themselves in other worlds, believing that it is the right thing to do. If someone has shown Nellie that mirror, then that must have been precisely their intended outcome. Yet, mirror technology that allows for such a high degree of interactivity must be... Then, everything began to unravel all on its own. She conversed with someone on the other end of the mirror, for a long time. Someone who was suffering as much as she was. Oh, I think it's that funny? Then the laboratory began to take shape. Oh, she must have known, even in her wildest dreams, she never once doubted me, even as she closed her eyes forevermore in that coffin, as naive as any other sheltered child, a caged bird. I suppose it wasn't only naivete, but also her own temperament. She was the kind of person who always had to be the center of everything. But please, do not deny every memory we've shared together. The pity I felt for you as they abused you, wishing that you would live your best life, a life better than anyone else's, were all my honest feelings. Oh, funny fight. Affection and hatred. Gain 1 haste and 1 offense level up next turn, and less than 10 SP. Gain 3 attack power up. If this unit has Doulahan, gain 3 damage up. Nice. Where the heck is it? Heathcliff is guaranteed 40 sanity. I think I found it. I don't know. I feel like this might be a bit more fitting.
Hey,
God dang
I'm
it.
Issa Rae, and these are my...
set the evade. I suppose. I thought it was more fitting. I guess you haven't heard of the Toho Project. Whoops. There's been comparisons made between Nelly and Sakura Izuyo. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a remix of Sakura Izuyo's boss fight theme from Toho 6. Sakura herself being a knife-throwing maid. Gotcha! Yep. Also, because of how she can pause time and throw knives, there's been a lot of comparisons made. You know, there's been a lot of people that have made comparisons between Sakura Izuyo and Dio Brando from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yep. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Ah, darn, I don't have enough sin resource to get the benefit of her passive. Yeah, it's... Dominating! You can just have to move... You can have to... You just have to move clash with... his low move? Yeah. Yeah, especially since that'll still give me enough gluttony sin resource next round. Pretty sure assist guard counts as two different things. Oh. I don't think so. I'm surprised she's still flipping as many heads as she is. Is this why you said it's a funny fight? It's practically being used as a punching bag. I actually feel kind of sorry for her. You know, that's because that is a common setup tactic for a specific boss. Huh. A woman stands before us. Her body and mind are spent, weighed down, and seeking into the oblivion of time. What an odd choice of phrase. was an odd desire in Nellie's eyes. I didn't know Nellie fancied Hong Lu. Perhaps it was envy. Perhaps it was anticipation. Maybe it was anticipation. She gave me a mirror, most beautiful, most alluring. It was gorgeous as a lovely manicure. Nellie shuddered, caught by an ineffable emotion. She mutters in a cold, detached voice. There I saw the kind of life that was laid out before me. Honglu leaped backward, away from the sudden metallic noise, but it was too late. The chains that exploded from Nellie's suitcase wrapped around Honglu's arm. Though Honglu's movements may be restricted, there's a way to use that against Nellie. Let's see. Okay, Clash and gain 1 offense level up. This turn and next turn, gain 1 defense level up. Turn and gain 2 haste. Oh, would you look at that? Well, 2 skill 3s ain't bad. Especially since one of them's that. And the other one's that.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만. 개의치 않고 말씀을.
8 stacks. Okay. I guess we ain't fast enough for any of that. That's okay.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
We get that stack down fast. Which stack? He's got chicken legs! Oh, haste. Okay.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
그 아가씨는 종종 날 힘들게 했어. 함께했던 세월까지 부정할 정도는 아니야.
Miss Catherine was difficult from time to time, but I do not wish to deny even the times we've spent together. I even miss the late Mr. Earnshaw Sr. from time to time. No, I never lived a life full of hate, animosity. I'm just struggling desperately to change my destiny. To get here, I worked myself to the bone, trained and worked harder than anyone else to become a chief butler. Move. We still endeavor to reach the rooftops. I must tell you that it is a fruitless effort. That other Heathcliff is already there. Also, Sinclair's answer be Malboss is actually really good for just a bonus damage. And that is how this tale shall end. This is the better ending, isn't it? You two couldn't even summon the smallest courage to talk to one another. Stop it. You two always believed everything I told you, without even one iota of doubt. Every little twist, every little nudge I made in my tales, taken as truth. No, miss, he hasn't sent you any letters. Though I am quite certain that he must be living a good life somewhere out there. I'll send the invitation, miss. Still that same Heathcliff who didn't even bother to write you, but when he sees this, he will have no choice but to return to this manor. Well, I don't recall her ever opening a letter. Seriously, once she has her mind set on something, no one could convince her otherwise. No one. You two have mired more people than you could imagine into your business. Good thing that is every move in his kid. You do not even talk to one another, nor do you ask questions. Do you really believe that you even deserve to move on with such slothfulness? No more. This tale ends here. We already defeated you once. What are you gonna do? Distort?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 누가
I'm in my back. Hang on one moment. Taylor was right. Heathcliff the Earl King had already disappeared into the rooftops. The only chance Virgilius gave us, the awakening I managed with my clock. The very last of Heathcliff's hopes.
그래. 정말로.
Yeah, it's over.
색깔이 끊임없이 섞여든다.
And this vortex of colors mixing into a sludge.
잠깐 동안 보라색으로.
A splash of gray paint over the heart that once gleamed violet.
또다시 빛빛이 칠해지고.
A splash of bloody red paint, splashes of faded colors.
그래서 어느덧 내
Again and
색깔은
again until there's nothing but blackness.
아무에게도 보이지
Unseen by all, unnecessary to anyone.
않는
The color of the pitch black night.
파란색 뒷골목에서
The color of the back streets.
또다시 정전이.
Another power outage. Huh? Where did Heathcliff go?
그러게요. 히스클리프 씨가
Yeah, he disappeared all of a sudden.
무슨 소리야? 난 여기 있잖아.
Oh. What are you talking about? I'm right here.
뻔한 결말이지. 또다시 뒷골목으로 돌아갔을 거야. 우리 히스클리프에게.
A predictable ending, is it not? He returned to the back streets, the place where dear Heathcliff belongs.
불쌍한 히스클리프.
Poor Heathcliff. Once again, he turns his tail, tasting nothing but defeat and despair.
그만.
Stop. Stop it.
싶지 않아.
I don't want to hear any more of it.
딱하지.
Pitiful, isn't he? He would not have changed one bit, no matter how much time he spent in your company. Look at Heathcliff the Earl King. Heathcliff the Devil. The very same end that awaits Heathcliff. I disagree. You probably can't hear a thing I'm saying, but I still do. Because
이곳에
I'm
더
hurting.
살고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to be here anymore.
결국 린틴이랑 결혼해야겠지.
So I must marry Linton in the end.
지금 히스클리프와
Because it would
결혼하면
degrade me
내
to marry
품위가
Heathcliff
떨어지고
now.
말 거니까.
진짜 맞아.
Oh, bloody hell.
이 기억이군.
What's this memory again?
방 안에서는
Oh, they really must be talking about me in that room.
서둘러 나가야겠어.
I have to get out of here.
더 이상 듣고 있다가는
I had to stay and listen. My
산산조각
heart
나다
would crack and fall
터져버릴
apart until it completely shatters.
근데 망할 시계 소리는 아직도 들리고 있네.
And this bloody clock noise is back.
내가 얼마나
God
고통받더라도
me, that time's passing. No
시간은
matter how much I suffer. But
더 기다린다고
why
뭐가 바뀌지?
letting time pass change anything?
더 기다린다고 뭐가?
What difference would it?
알았어. 기다려볼게. 그러니까 그만 좀.
Fine, I'll wait a little. So shut up and.
린틴과 결혼한다면 히스클리프를 더 나은 사람으로 만들어줄 수 있어.
Marrying Linton would give me the hope it means to marry Heathcliff. Could make him a better person.
그러니까 그 애는
So he
내가
must never
자기를
know the
얼마나
immense love I
사랑하는지.
have for him.
아니야.
Oh,
이번엔
this time
열려 있는 그 문을 도로 닫고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to shut this open door.
여전히 두렵고 겁이 나.
Still scared, terrified even. But
미안해, 캐시.
Kathy, sorry,
너를 실망시켰어.
I disappointed you.
왜냐하면 나는
So
네 진심을 듣는 게 두려웠거든.
why is it that all the only people who seem to comment on my kick stream are bots? Yes, still afraid to hear your true feelings.
알아. 이 미래는
No, this future,
우리가 다시 올 수 없을.
the future will never come true. Not for us.
내 망설임이 우리를 망쳤지.
Wrecked everything with my hesitation.
그리고 그건 우리뿐만이 아니라
What more than just us?
내일도 망쳤지.
Well, Nelly too.
이젠 내가
I have to start
것들
fixing the things I've wrecked. Because I want my Heathcliff to live the rest of his life in regret. That is why, despite everything, I want Heathcliff to forge onto the rooftop.
저 꽃들은 척박한 황무지나 가파른 절벽에서 피어나.
Those flowers bloom in places like desolate moors or steep cliffsides.
그래서 겉보기엔
So they may appear more lonely than
쓸쓸해
anything
보이지.
else in the world.
그럼에도 내가 이 꽃을
You want to
제일
know why I still
좋아하는
love
이유를
this flower
말해줄까?
the most?
다른 꽃들은 전부 말라게
All other
쓰러지고
flowers lose their
휘파게
colors and fade as they
변해가는데
wither away.
이 꽃은
But this
시들고
flower,
말라가도
even if it withers and wilts,
색깔은 처음과 같이
remains the same
똑같더라고.
color.
그래서 난 네가 없을 땐 이
So when you're gone,
꽃들을
I
말려서
will dry these flowers
내
and
방에
decorate my room
걸어놓을
with
거야.
them.
반지로?
What? Like,
바보 같은 소리 하지
rings of
마.
them flowers? Don't say something so foolish.
너를 두고 내가
Why would
왜
I ever leave you?
멍청하게도
So stupid.
지금까지 이 말의 의미를 모른 채로
Never
살고
once
있었어.
realized what she meant by those words.
개설인 너의
Think of her a
모든
sad coffin,
나를
blessed expression of love.
나 돌아왔다.
Boy, I'm back. Heathcliff,
어디로 사라졌던 거예요?
where the hell did you go? You blipped out of existence with the lightning struck and...
괜찮은 건가요?
Are you okay, Heathcliff?
아니
Oh,
여전히 괴롭고
it hurts.
여전히
It still hurts like hell, but
나는 너를 내버려두고
I'll move past you and make my way to the rooftop, Nelly. You're... What?
마왕 히스클리프
Heathcliff, they're all could not be my future.
너와 그놈은 모든
You,
걸 알고 있어.
I am.
같은
We both had
세상에
access to every knowledge. They had the same choices anyway.
나는 달라.
Not
다른
me.
선택을 할 거야.
I'm going to make a different choice.
지금까지 우리의 부모 역할을 하느라
I get so much for looking after us, Nelly. Must have been very hard.
캐서린 씨가 유언장에 써놓았다.
Among the three individuals mentioned in Myth Catherine's will,
그중
since Hindley and Linton are now both clearly deceased,
서류상
it can be said that, at least on paper, the ownership of Wuthering Heights has been transferred to Heathcliff.
네가 원하던 대로 자유라는 미래를
I'll give you no future, Nelly. I'll give you freedom.
그러니까
So start writing as you will.
네 혼자만의 이야기든
Write your own tale. Whatever else it is that you wish to do. That Heathcliff's left Nelly behind and began making his way to the rooftop. Nelly collapsed to the floor, making an odd noise that sounded like a mixture of laughter and sobbing. I'm free to go. I've been freed? But I can finally... He gave Nelly a sock! Nelly is free! I'm sorry! I couldn't resist! How you lot? Don't know that fuffing about. Come on up. For the first time, I really have no idea what you're thinking right now.
생각?
Thinking?
내가 언제 그딴 걸
I don't really think that hard, mate.
그냥
I just clearly know what I have to do.
그래서 그래.
That's all. It's weird, I have some heritage from the British Isles, but not Scotland. I did spot a Scottish brogue pretty well, don't I? Rogue King Heathcliff waits on the rooftop. Just as fast expected, the powerful and oppressive energy that surrounded him had only grown more ferocious since our last encounter. This must be because the Golden Bough, the pure form of humanity. Heathcliff watches us stumbling up the stairs through our exhaustion. Lowers Catherine's coffin to the rooftop floor.
형편없는 결말이지.
What I saw you into this tale, is it not?
나는 힘들리와
You have no idea of the lengths I've gone to destroy both Hindley and Linton.
기도회를 쓰고
How much I've pushed myself to the brink again and again.
이것은 나만의 천국이다.
This is my own heaven.
거의 다 이르라.
It is finally within my reach.
천국?
Heaven? This shite is your idea of a heaven?
똑바로 봐.
Look again. You're in hell.
이제 있는 거야.
Right in the middle of it.
개설이 죽었다는 사실을 알게 된
I heard the news of Cathar's passing. I began to see her face in all things. Even my very own face brought back her memories. Everything in the world became unending, and I mind of who Catherine was. And I mind of the fact that she once again existed, only to be forever lost because of me. So, to breathe, to let my heart beat, I had to think of nothing but that singular wish. That burning, unchanging desire. My wish. To kill every Heathcliff in every world. Yes. That singular wish is the ultimate proof of my love. Through my campaign, I've seen so many versions of Heathcliff. Some grew wrathful, some begged for mercy, for their lives. But in the end, they all admitted that they had to perish for the good of Catherine, and willingly forfeited their lives. I found no pleasure in my work. How could I, when I made it my mission to slay those poor wretched souls? And all of them died so alone, unloved by all that is living, by all that is living, by the world. They should know that no one ever weeps for Heathcliff's death. So, the task falls to me to bury them, to shed my tears for them, and only silence shall attend my own demise. No, your methods are wrong. Of course, I'd have given anything to make Catherine happy. Anything, but even you saw the possibilities of every world. Missed something. What do you mean? You said that in every world, Catherine and Heathcliff were destined to be miserable, didn't you? We could have been happy. We just missed the smallest key to happiness. No. No such world exists. Because of me. No, us. Because of our existence, Catherine will... Ah, bloody hell, I'm telling you that it's got nothing to do with our existence. The problem was that I wanted to believe that it was. All I had to do was just get over my embarrassment. That little fear. She had to scratch up the smallest morsel of courage to open the door and talk to her. How do you prove you're 30 when you have nothing left to prove it with? And my Catherine is long gone! Right. I can't change the past, like you said. I can't prove it to you either. I never know this matters in the end. Catherine might never wake up again, no matter what I do. But I'm here anyway. On this rooftop. Do you understand what that means? You, me, we're both wretches. I understand that. But I refuse to break like you did. Living from world to world, seeking to kill everyone that you deem to be the cause of that misery. No matter how broken my heart has become. No speech rings hollow, Heathcliff. If the outcome is already decided, I'll end your life and leap over to the next world to do the same. What the hell are you waiting for? Heathcliff pulled the golden bough from the roof of the manor, where it was installed as a lightning rod. Oh, your struggle is meaningless. It cannot destroy the golden bough. I can't destroy it, no. But I can't stop it from working. You mean to kill me? You? No. I'll stab myself just as you wished. Yo. What? I see. I don't exactly understand why. This golden bough being imbued with lightning is a necessary part of your plan, isn't it? What if I just donate its powers? That cock could be going scheme, won't it? Well, I can't help but think that, like, if doing that stops his heart, the lightning it's charged with might kickstart it back up. So, yeah, this idea of his is crazy, but you know what? It's so crazy it just might work. I can educate him. You know I'm good at sniffing these things out. Heathcliff! Catherine. I'm back. Please, open the door. Why'd you stab yourself? Is this how you wanted this to end?
이제 곳곳에 있는
Because I
개시
didn't call through every corner of this manor to hear my call.
지금까지 내가 보았던
From what I've seen, Golden Bow
마을
connects the hearts together.
연결시켜준 것 같았으니까.
Fly by the seat of my trousers here.
그게
What are you?
개소리는
Catherine
워더링
has
하이츠가
become Wuthering Heights itself.
어떻게?
I don't understand how that happened.
하지만 캐시도
But if Kathy,
넬리와 이놈이 보았던
she saw the same mirror that
똑같이
Nelly
보았네.
this get peered into.
그리고 나와 계속 같은
Her heart
마음을
was the same as mine all along.
내가
I don't know what kind of choice she made.
생각해보면
Now that I think back on it, the moment we set our foot upon this manor,
계속해서 나를 밀어냈고
Wuthering Heights kept pushing me away while the diary continued to soothe me.
언제나 솔직하지 못했어.
You were never honest.
캐시도
Kathy, both of us.
히스클리프 씨,
Heathcliff, what are you talking about? The diary flips through its pages until it comes to a stop on the last page.
그거 알아?
Would you like to hear a story, Heathcliff?
아주 오래전
Long time
조세핀이
ago, Josephine told me a little tale.
이 저택 아래에 있는
She
아주
said that there's a
오래되고
deep,
깊은
ancient river flowing beneath this manor.
터가 좋지 않으니 아무것도
Every
쓰면 안
architect said that
된다고.
this was not a good place to build anything but a lone house. That nothing should ever be built atop this hill.
그럼에도 이 워더링 하이츠는 세워졌어.
Wuthering Heights was built nonetheless over this unseen Hypogean river.
그리고 나는 어렸을 때부터
Ever
이
since I was a
저택에서
child,
돌아가신
I saw
엄마의 유령을 보곤
the ghost
했어.
of my late mother wandering the hill and wandering the halls of this manor.
넬리, 저
Nelly,
유령 보여?
can't you see that ghost?
무슨 소리를 하는 거예요?
I told you, miss, there was no such things as ghosts.
그러게, 제가 낮잠자라고 할
Did
때
you take your
첫
nap like I asked you to?
마님,
Oh, mistress.
다행히도 그걸
Thankfully,
보는 건
I
나
wasn't the only one
혼자만이
who's seen ghosts.
이 조세피는
I, Josephine, knew that you'd one day return to our side.
저 밑에 흐르는
The river
강물이
flowed beneath these lands would bring your grace back to this manor. That should duties at this manor be complete, you'd allow me to drink the river's waters.
그리고 그건 내가 자라날 때까지 계속해서 보였지.
Is it trying to allude to like one of the rivers that flew through the Greek underworld? I'd have repeatedly seen that vision as I grew up.
히스클리프가 떠나고
After Heathcliff left,
모든 의욕을
after
잃어버려.
I'd lost every will to live,
넬리는 거울 조각을
Nelly
보냈어.
brought me a mirror.
아가씨, 제가
Yes, I
신기한
found an
거울을 하나
interesting mirror.
얻어왔어요. 재밌는 것들이 막
It shows you some
보이더라고요.
fascinating things.
요술
I
거울인가
suppose it's a
봐요.
magic mirror of some sorts.
아가씨는 이런
I thought you might enjoy
발명품을
such an invention.
좋아하실 것 같아. 그 거울 속에서
That mirror
나는
saw the
수도
different
많은
variations of
히스클리프와
Heathcliff and I.
히스클리프는 나를
I
위해
pulled
헌신했어.
Heathcliff to the utter abyss of desolation. He grew cold and unhappy, mired in the cycle of misfortune.
그건 마치
It
처음부터
was as though his
있는
fate was already written to be miserable.
어떤 식으로든
No matter what
반드시
he did, he would always meet a wretched end.
저기 보여? 다른 유령이 또 보이고 있어.
Do you see that? I see another ghost.
아가씨, 상태가 많이 안 좋아요.
Miss, you're still very ill. Please don't let the children sicken you further.
저 유령은 왜 계속
Why does that ghost read so tragically? Why does she
왜
appear
나한테
so
이런 걸까?
familiar?
나 거울을
Let's
맞아봐야겠어.
gaze into the mirror again, Nelly.
나는 히스클리프가 행복해질 수
Wish to
있는
find that
이유를
single
찾고
strand of
싶어.
possibility where Heathcliff can be happy.
밤새도록 그
So
거울을
I gazed in that mirror, night after night,
또 보고
night after night,
두 눈에서
until
피눈물이
blood began to stream down my cheeks in place of tears.
그러다 계속 들려왔던
At the end of the
비명소리
ceaseless wailings,
가장 절망하는 캐서린들을 만나게 되었지.
I found the Catherines who tasted the deepest despair.
나는 모든 세상에서 제일 고통스럽게 소리 지르고
Mother
있는
Catherines as
캐서린이네.
terribly as you do. Not in any of the worlds I have seen.
이 세계에서 히스클리프는
Because in this world,
나 때문에 먼저
I am
죽어버렸으니까.
Heathcliff's murderer. We were just like you, desperately searching through every world we peered past the mirror. But in no world are Heathcliff and I together in happiness. A tale always ends in tragedy. The suffering is all that remains. I have nothing to live for alone. I have no reason to go on. Why can't Heathcliff be happy? Why can't any Heathcliff be allowed even an ounce of happiness? There's but one answer. That we are the cause of his misery. Because Catherine's existence is what brings misfortune to Heathcliff. Every Heathcliff is miserable because of me. For I no longer exist in any world. Will every Heathcliff in every world find happiness? Yes, he will. So, it's not too late. For the sake of every remaining Heathcliff in every world, please, invite us to your world and beyond, so that we may kill you first, and move on to the next, to kill the Catherine of a different world, again and again. Then, only then can every Heathcliff reach his own heaven, the heaven where I no longer exist. I find myself remembering this one song called Whiskey Lullaby. It's a very tragic song. Felt as though I was freed from a heavy yoke. Felt as though this was precisely what I was meant to do. Because I love every Heathcliff. Because he deserves to be happy. I've done as you ordered. I've used some of my connections in the back streets. The bankrupt Mr. Hindley. Last I heard, he gambled everything he had away. Here's Nellie. I asked her acquaintance to bankrupt my brother, when I took ownership of Wuthering Heights from him. Don't worry about the results. We've done similar experiments in the past. It's rather short hair. And I'm pretty sure that's not Ryoshu, but does seem to be a similar hairdo. It'll all work out as long as the laboratory's ready. Certainly, the laboratory will be completed as you have requested. The price is not a matter of concern. And, like I've told you repeatedly, this method will overwrite your identity with that of another. Which is to say that your body should be free of consciousness. We've learned from one of our previous experiments that full, complete identities can be summoned only when the body is empty. I installed a massive laboratory in our basement to invite Catherine to our world. I acquired the Golden Bough with Linton's help. However, to summon a fully intact identity is an incredibly power-consuming procedure. A single Golden Bough won't be enough to power it. Lucky for you, we have recently procured ourselves a Golden Bough. This Golden Bough, once installed on the rooftop of your manor, collect all the necessary energy and relay it to the Golden Bough installed in the laboratory. You are so kind. My question is though, who and when did they... Yeah, who and when did they do these tests on? Good question. Possibly Isabella. Yeah, each time there's someone close to her, so Linton, Hindley. I think they said it had been 4 already, and there's a 5th one when Heathcliff temporarily blipped out of existence. kind of payment do you ask in return?
푸른 돈은 필요하지 않아.
Not monetary, that's for certain. Instead,
반죽을
allow us to make a dough. That's all I ask.
반죽이요?
Oh, 6. Okay. A dough.
그래.
Yes, a pure, uncontaminated dough.
어서
Invite me,
날
please.
초대해줘.
Please.
조만간
The
실험이
experiment should be
완성될
complete
거야.
soon.
넬리,
Nelly,
이젠 유령이 무섭지
I no
않아.
longer fear the ghosts,
모든 두려움은
because all fear stems from the ignorance
무지에서부터
of its
나오는
origin.
것이니까. 그래서 나는
That is why I was so afraid of talking to Heathcliff,
까마득한 그 마음을
because I could not know, nor could I understand his ever-distant heart.
내가 유령이라고
What I had
생각했던
thought to be
것이
ghosts,
다른
just us
세계에서
from the
우리
other worlds,
비참해지고
suffering
고통스러워했어.
much pain,
나를
wondering
죽이기
when I
위해서
still
이 저택에
determined to
헤매고
turn
있는
my life.
자, 당신에 관해 7번의 벼락이
Now,
치고
after the lightning strikes 7 times upon your coffin,
다른 세계에서
the path to the other world will open, summoning the captain you want from the other world here.
린튼도 행복할 거야.
I'm certain that Linton will be happy,
당신이 사랑하는 나를
because
위해
you're doing
하는
this for me,
일이니까.
whom you love so much.
관을 닫으면
Once this coffin closes, that's it. You won't ever open your eyes again.
알고 있어.
I know,
하지만 이게 끝이 아니야.
this is not the end.
언제
To be watching
어디서든
over you, wherever you may be.
당신
The word is my command.
전부
Everything
이루고
shall be as you willed.
좋은 꿈 꾸게.
Sweet dreams, my love.
그 반죽은 꽤
Oh,
순도가
a dough of
높은
such
거라.
high purity can become pretty much anything.
내가 원하는 건
What I seek lies beyond that dough, however.
그걸 넘어
It's something more primordial, something at the far beginning of all things.
어딘가에
But for you, I present a different Heathcliff.
오로지
Not your Heathcliff who left you without a word and doesn't even care to return. A Heathcliff who exists for Catherine,
당신만을 위한
and only Catherine.
그리고
And the river that flows beneath you, beneath your manor, will be of great help to the both of
정말
us.
당신의
It
의식은
may be that your consciousness isn't lost forever, because the deepest river
세계의 가장
arrests them from moving on.
어딘가에서
Perhaps you would have a front seat to everything that is to transpire.
나만을 위한 히스클리프?
Heathcliff exists just for me? What are you talking about?
그리고
And
나는
Why
왜
am I
이
watching
모든
all
걸
this happen?
지켜보게 된 내가 애초에
Where am
어떤
I?
내 말이
can anyone hear me?
아무 걱정하지 마.
Don't you worry, we'll make sure that this summoning ritual is a resounding success.
그리고
And just in case you forget, remember to hold steadfast.
마음
Remember that all this is for the good of Heathcliff, whom you love so much. The clock turns to revive Heathcliff, who stabbed himself with the golden bough.
개소리야.
Catherine! Eventually, Catherine from a distant world is slowly pulled from the coffin the other Heathcliff is carrying. The coffin the other Heathcliff is carrying. The golden bough that impaled Heathcliff began to return to whence it came. Back to where Heathcliff first tore it from, like it was meant to be.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Catherine, who Heathcliff desired so desperate to reach. She's walking out of the coffin, her eyes opened. Yet, oh, the seventh lightning has struck. She's being overwritten by Catherine from a different world. Please, don't do this, Catherine. I tried everything for you. Everything at the manor.
모든 걸 견뎌낸 이유는
Everything I
너였어.
suffered out there.
저쪽에 다시
All I ever
돌아와서
wanted was to see you again.
너를 만나고 싶었어.
I returned into this manor to meet you. The space surrounding Catherine, who's screaming and wailing, begins to bend and refract as though something has gone wrong. Catherine, why have you changed your mind? Have you forgotten our wish? We have spent countless days and nights watching how Heathcliff suffers. The suffering that we have inflicted upon him.
아니야.
No,
달라.
it's different.
내게 이런 말을 해줄 수 있는
The only person who can tell me this is... Does it not matter to you what happens to every Heathcliff in every world? Are you truly so selfish that you feel detached from its consequences? I am Heathcliff. My greatest miseries in this world have been Heathcliff's miseries, and I've watched and felt in each from the beginning. My great thought is in living as himself. If all else remained, we were annihilated. No captain should have seem a part of that world any longer. Kathy, you're here somewhere. Where are you? The identity. Something's gone wrong with the summoning.
캐서린 씨의 의지가 개입되고
It is
있는
likely that Miss Catherine's will is intervening in the summoning.
캐서린 씨가 소원을 거부하고
She's
있다는 거예요?
refusing the summoning? Do not obstruct me! Summon me if your love for Heathcliff is true!
어디 있지? 내게로 와, 캐서린! 어딘가에 네 목소리가 들려. 제발. 이놈이 어떤 히스클리프든지 상관없다. 모든 캐서린을 나의 품으로! 자, 저기 잘 생각해보라고. 도끼를 뽑는다. 저 해초들을 도려내라. 묘야, 길을 열어라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
Oh, that's what I wanted to check. Faded Promise. This includes third coin does damage to all targets. Oh, I'm well aware. Well, for a skill 3, at least. Oh. Well, at least now I can generate some SP off of them. Now, but nice to know that sooner. But yeah,
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
so now the skill 3 is going to have unbreakable coins. Oopsie! That didn't go as planned.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 너야 히스클리프, 제발 나를 다시 받아줘.
I find that interesting because 404 is the airbus for something that cannot be found. A page that cannot be found, yes. That's right. If you have Heathcliff clash with the hands, she will clash lower. Good to know.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
목을 떨궈주마. 없다면 직접 후회를 생겨.
Actually, because when you read the passage, they're actually really interesting. Okay.
서도록 할까?
Become immobilized. Okay. Let's see. If there's a hand with 2 plus HP, gain 10 protection. All resistance values become 0.2. Both hands are at 1 HP. Protection expires, and all resistance values revert to default values. Clash against Heathcliff. Clash power -3 and deal -50% damage against Heathcliff. Once encounter, Heathcliff dies. Go figure. Want the assist code, you gotta let one move go through unopposed on an ally who's not defending. Ah, yeah, that's right. Oh crap! She's been converted into a Cyberman! Delete! Delete! Delete!
목을 떨궈주마.
I'm not sure if it's fitting or ironic that I'm slapping these hands around. You have Hong go through the defense, because he's the only character who can do that. Oh! Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? I suddenly realized that an unfamiliar voice is echoing directly in my head. Is this sound coming directly through the Golden Bough? You hear that too, Clockhead? I turn around to look at Heathcliff. He appears exhausted with the prolonged battle, both in body and spirit. The Golden Bough that once pierced his chest was long removed after my clock turned. But its influence seemed to be lingering for some reason. Yeah, I guess it really did kickstart his heart. Catherine? Ah, okay. Heathcliff whispers. Listen closer. What is happening? A frail, desperate voice echoes. The voice shudders so terribly. This is not at all what I wished for. No. Carefully ask the voice a question. So all of this is... I never wanted a Heathcliff who exists for Catherine and only Catherine. I don't think she can hear our voices. All I wanted was for every Heathcliff to be happy. All I wanted was to kill every existence of myself. Please, someone, help me. Can anyone hear me? Heathcliff, it's gotta be you, man. Warm light of the Golden Bough begins emanating from somewhere. Heathcliff, is that you? Yeah, Kathy, I'm back! Sorrow, joy, wrath, obsession. Through the storm of emotions raging within Heathcliff. Oh, it all sounds... I cannot hear his voice. The same emotions can be felt from Catherine's voice. Bloody hell! Cold slowly takes over the warmth as it grows weaker. Yeah, I know about that one. It involves taking off her shoes. And it's specifically because of that. I can no longer hear Catherine's voice. No. No, that won't be this easy. Heathcliff refuses to let disappointment hold him back. Instead, he forges on with determination. The other sinners follow suit, prepared for battle. Nice! Crap, they both turned into Cybermen. Whoa! That was cool, do it again! It wasn't always like that, because before they finished chapter 2, you could have Don Quixote take off your shoes and do that. Reminds me of the warp serum? Oh, you mean like the serum W from that the Claw uses? Wait, would that be in Library Verena or Lobotomy Corporation? Actually, wait a minute. That's all the previous bosses. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. Targets the lightnings of suffering. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Oh. It's quite interesting how the last one is the normal version of the roof. Yeah.
이 거리를 충분해. 너한텐 알겠지만.
Yeah, it's really cool how he mimics the skill 3 being used by whoever he combos with. He truly is the leash holder of all the Heisho packs. It is I who will be laying the smackdown here! Skunk him. Skill 2 does more damage. Head fills with the voice once again. I never should have summoned that Catherine here. I thought Heathcliff would never have to suffer again if every Catherine were to no longer exist. But I should have known that Heathcliff would have thought the very same. You could feel her heart rending sorrow. Ah, shoot. Didn't catch that part. Okay. Heathcliff was right. Every unspoken word, every unshared discussion only broke their hearts further apart from each other, till the words began to run parallel, never to converge. Only I could go back. But truly no way out of this trap that once set for us. Kathy, Just as Heathcliff began to speak, a shrill cry tears through our heads. Catherine, do not obstruct me now! We promised, didn't we? We promised to kill all of us so that Heathcliff may find happiness. The cutty voice is tinged with an odd warmth like a different voice. Oh, Maybe the two Catherines are vying for control. Whatever colossal hands is twitching and stumbling. Maybe this is a chance to neutralize that hand. This cat's bait! Good, we caught her off guard and neutralized the hand. Instinctively knew. We were so close.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니.
Delete! Delete! Delete!
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I guess I missed the Heathcliff bonus this time around. Whoops.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 지금 알겠지만.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
불가 위하여 마당이지 못.
With Blood Flame or if he's under skill 2 on heads hit reuse the last coin with Blood Flame or if he's under 50% HP. Oh dear. No, that does not maximize damage.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 쪽방이 아닐 텐데. 사여, 길을 열어. 혈압도 바로.
Oh shit. That ain't good! Even the game doesn't realize that the strongest move is that one.
혼자 이 정도 상류의 허덕이나.
I'm guessing there's a twist here. Like a plot twist.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
Dang it, this is Kathy's coffin. It's so cold, dark inside. We remained trapped here all along, just for my happiness. You who hated the dark so much. If I waited to hear your words to the end, if only I didn't run away. If only I approached you to talk to you first. What a weightless mess I am. But so you've broken free from the so you've broken free from Coffin Heathcliff? Oh, so you've broken free from the Coffin Heathcliff? Pointless. It's all pointless. Should have remained in there, suffocating the worst regret of your life. Shut your trap! I won't learn anymore. Not here, at the end of all things. I know it's too late, but I'll take this chance before even this passes forever. Even this chance won't lead to my happiness. This path won't end with your happiness. Was it all for something that, as long as it was, left unsaid? No one will ever be happy. I see. You're right. To wish for your happiness without even talking to you first. Oh, it's Catherine talking. You're right. To wish for your happiness without even talk to you first. But I feel like I should never have done that. What's wrong? I think I heard Carthy's voice. Better patch him up.
이 전투는 승리.
You're dang right it will conclude with victory. So Mirror, have you encountered the Way Boss? Yes! He was in too much trouble, really. Ah, crap. I just realized something. Since he's fighting, wouldn't that make this a cockfight? Okay, yeah, it probably would be pretty tough without dungeon gifts.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
When I saw when he loses Clash of the Game scene, I was immediately like, oh shit, because I didn't know if he had positive coins. Yeah, he has all negative coins. Ah, shit!
우리에게 안식은 없다.
Faust, if things don't get any better, what will happen to them?
히스클리프 씨를 소멸시키는 데 성공한
Also, seeking doesn't in fact make him more depressed.
모든 세계를 넘어다니면서
Welcome,
히스클리프를
Heathcliff. Once he kills Heathcliff of this world for good, we'll leap over to other worlds to slay the versions of
캐서린의
Heathcliff.
소환이 성공한
Catherine's summoning succeeds. She will become another Catherine who leaps between every world, creating more Catherines like herself. Okay. To what end?
그 끝엔
To an end where there is nothing but the silence and lamentation of both Heathcliff and Catherine.
둘만의 절규가
Wouldn't you
나죠.
agree? Huh? There's a sound coming from my device. Let's see. I see that you write a diary of your own. Let's see. I wouldn't call it a diary. It's not like I record what happens every day in here. That counts as a diary still. It is a record of your life. Then I suppose it is. Catherine. Just before the break of dawn, during the quietest of hours of the day, I would write my diary. Especially on days when I suffered from fevers, I could not bear to keep going without vomiting every fault of mine on a piece of paper. I was always honest with my diary. But it seems that I could never be honest with anyone else. While I hid my true feelings for the ones I loved, I refused to communicate myself. I became angry at those who couldn't understand me. Well, yeah, of course they couldn't understand you. You wouldn't... You hid your true feelings from them. Heathcliff shall never know. He will never know how much I how much I... Oh, I have to know. Heathcliff, how did you... I need a lot of courage to get here. Catherine. It's all so easy for you. Why you to topple me? Why you to grab me up and tell nothing? I was so happy whenever you came to visit me. A single glance of me in my direction could brighten my entire day. You're almost like calamity. And I have always loved that very calamity that swept over me like the tempest. Like the tempest to Catherine. Thank you for having the courage. Finally, our hearts are no longer broken apart. Dante, may I borrow your diary for a moment? It seems kind of glitchy right now. The Golden Bough has far more impressive powers than any of us could have ever imagined. What powers? It has been bringing your wishes to reality, has it not? So, key to my Heathcliff's happiness. It's in your diary. So I looked down at the screen of the device I carried, something I used to think was nothing but a tool for recording things. Oh, I guess that was the 7th strike. Don't touch start. Why? Why does it say clear up Kathy? Is it all the Cathys swarming around the library? Oh. Is that the loading screen when during that particular season?
먼저 말해줘서 고마워, 히스클리프.
Thank you so much for being the first one to talk, Heathcliff.
나도 모든 세계의 히스클리프가 아닌
I don't love every Heathcliff in every world.
지금의 너를
I love you, as you are now. Oh, so there's a version of her that became a nun? In every world of possibilities that may or may not have been, every Catherine and Heathcliff of all worlds call out to each other, feeling the echoes of their partners. They struggle for the one last unseen embrace. Where are you, Cathy? I wish to have you in my embrace again. I felt your presence all along. I feel certain that you have been haunting me. You lie not beneath the cold earth. You're beside me, are you not? I've not broken a heart. Yet I've broken it. You've broken mine. Do come to me, Heathcliff. Whisk me away and embrace me in your heart. The gust here is too cold. My body's turning into ice. Only by your warmth shall the frost thaw. Lines of worlds made real by Catherine and Heathcliff begin speeding by before us. Every possibility of Heathcliff and Catherine. Most end in a tragedy full of suffering and lamentation. But among the infinity, I catch a glimpse of tranquility. Outside the manor, there are 2 gravestones marking Heathcliff and Catherine's final resting places. Amid the desolate, forlorn woodlands of Wuthering Heights, two youths who each resemble Heathcliff and Catherine. They gaze deeply into each other's eyes, their mouths drawn into the sweetest, happiest smiles. Their hearts connected, despite everything. Lyra. I see. Let my conviction blend myself to the other possibilities. King Heathcliff's last words are hollow and bittersweet, its echoes scatter into nothingness. Catherine begins to disappear from every world, as though she was never there. And when every Catherine eventually disappeared, millions of changing possibilities appeared before us. Mr. Earnshaw brings Heathcliff for the back streets. Henley's scorn and hatred for Heathcliff remained the same. But without Catherine, Heathcliff had no reason to endure the suffering of Wuthering Heights. So he quickly moves on from Wuthering Heights. Each Heathcliff lives a different life, meets all kinds of different people, and lives on without Catherine. Heathcliff watched as the worlds transformed, each Heathcliff living a life of his own, and Catherine's existence slowly fading away from him. I would have understood if Heathcliff were to curse me with weeping, cruel words. I would have understood if he were to grab and shake me by the collar. To erase someone's entire existence is an unimaginably terrible thing. Heathcliff was watching all of it in silence, as if he wished to carve each and every single one of them into his memory. And
아무것도 남지 않게 되었구나.
finally, there isn't anything left. Ellie, why you take the golden bough? Ellie stood atop the railings of the rooftop and gazed down at us. The sinners had fallen and were unconscious. In her hands she held the golden bough that appeared to have been pried from the rooftop. But Heathcliff, you're a good, kind-hearted boy, aren't you? Certain you understand. I suppose we'll bring this to the one who first showed me the mirror and the mirror shard. You know it's futile. You and your friends fought battle after battle, pushed yourselves past the brink of exhaustion. Will you stop a chief butler who has waited for this precise moment? I can turn the clock, but I'll no longer be here once the hands turn once. Sure. Can't stop you now, but I'll get it all back. Golden bough. My Catherine. Catherine? Who are you talking about? I can't say as I understand what you're talking about, Heathcliff. I know. That name no longer means anything to you or anyone else. Nothing but an ink stain remains where she once stood. But she's never been clear to me. So clear that it can never be erased. Well, if you're that desperate, then I hope your wish shall come true one day. It is said that the golden bough can make any wish, any heart, come true. All that remained on the rooftop was a burnt golden bough inside the coffin.
하얗게 타버렸습니다. 나머지 한 개는 누군가 이미 가져간 듯하군요.
The golden bough is burnt right. It appears that someone has made off with the other. Ellie took the other one, the one that's intact. She might have taken it to her. Herman. This isn't a failure. I'll get it back. If our hearts may be broken apart, give it my all. We connect it once again. As they did. In the world where Catherine and I were both dead.
이 관 속에 들어있는 자의 이름이 캐서린인가요?
Is Catherine the name of the person in this coffin?
죄송해요.
I'm sorry. Everything feels so foggy.
이 관과 관의 주인은
The coffin and the person that lies within will be taken back to the headquarters by the after team. I wanted to ask him if he was okay, but he knew the answer. So many things had gone wrong.
괜찮지 않아?
No, still not okay. Heathcliff's one and only goal is gone. But Heathcliff is no longer trapped in a living dream. Perhaps that is precisely why he could open the door to see a new, wider world. Not a single color remained in the silent Wuthering Heights once the tempest passed. All monochromatic, save for patches of color.
저 꽃의 이름은 히스라고 해.
It's flowers. Called Heath.
황야에서 고독하게 피어나지만
The longest flowers that take root and bloom in the wild worlds.
기다리지.
They're also flowers that survive no matter what devastating tempest comes their way. Endure it all and wait. Wait for what?
몰라. 그냥
I don't know.
시간을.
The time, I suppose. That's when Heathcliff finally told us the name of the flowers.
쫓아!
Oh, go after it. Go.
아니 저기로
Boy, it took off! What the hell are you looking at? Well, maybe you should have told me that first. Another day, another distortion hunting in the streets of T-Corp as per LCD's orders. Looks like it didn't take too long for Heathcliff to be his usual energetic self once again. Boy, I told you to son of a less boy. I'll smash your head in once this is over. Maybe he's gotten too passionate. Long time no... Wait. Why are you... How do you still have color? Because the light is yet to reach me. Because a star is an unfathomable distance away. You like flowers too, Dante? I think I've come to like them. Imagine that there was a single rose you've taken care of for a long time. The room was always brimming from the sweet aroma of that flower. One day, you leave the rose behind to go on a long, long journey. In your journey, you come across a large garden. There, you see thousands of roses. You see thousands of the very same rose you once cared for. That sight brings you to tears and you drop to your knees. Why do you suppose that is? Damien, you'd before me in the past. You'd always leave me with these cryptic riddles. I was trying to understand what his riddles are supposed to represent. Good, because I don't! As I finally come to understand. But the one I truly loved was the rose I'd left behind. Correct. Even though there are thousands of roses in this world, there's but one rose that is mine. You've guarded it diligently and cared for it, even as its thorns prick your fingers. That your care makes its aroma bloom. I suppose that's how it was for Heathcliff and Catherine as well. Knowing that there are infinite Catherines and Heathcliffs in countless worlds. Wish not for the happiness of infinite Catherines and Heathcliffs, but for the happiness of each other. As to them, each other was the one that truly mattered. Because it would take most people a long, long time to understand that. Most people are foolish. Do you understand? As I learned to properly love my very own flower, I no longer need to protect the thousands of other roses in the world. People of this star care for thousands of rose blossoms in their own gardens, but still fail to find what they truly desire. What are the other flowers that have already bloomed? What happens to them? Damien smiled at my question. You'll find the answer to that question yourself. And you can draw me a sheep. Why? That Damien disappeared. I hear the faint cry of a distant lamb. Huh? Next time I find that kid, I'm getting him in a headlock and I'm holding him there until he starts making sense. A familiar siren? Nice! Is he sporting blinders? Hmm? 300 star power? Or which star? What the heck it is? first draw, too. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Getting there. Although, Don Quixote's presence here kind of makes me think that she's probably going to get an identity at some point for this season. $40 what? Oh, 40 draws? Well, if it's any... I should probably note, I did 40 draws from this, and all I got was the announcer. Twice. Man, how much thread do I have? 181. Okay. Poised on and see Gregor. The game is afoot. But first, oh wait.
울음소리 나거라. 모래는 일거라. 함성은 메아리 치거라. 도망칠 곳 없는 길목이거라. 군주의 말대로 악신품은 역적 배언했으니.
Are you at peace? I ask you this aimless letter without a recipient, for you've sailed off on a journey to where my words may never reach. Perhaps your heart is finally at ease, as you had always wished to travel to new lands beyond Dagwandion. I've not fared well in your absence. With your passing on, my liberator from the leash of a Heisho, seemed that I had become an outsider to Dagwan overnight. My freedom was already paid for to return. Me to whence I came. As an outsider to the Jaw family, to let me stay in. I'm not even sure how the heck to pronounce that. As I had done, making me a man who, his half freedom, was doomed to wander lost in Hongyon. The someone that was leashed for the better half of his life finds the concept of freedom itself alien. Marks left by the leash that had once held me itch, as I brush and scratch through my memories. Perhaps I have ruminated over long at the forward. I'll look up the brush today to reminisce upon the memories I share with the young miss. Let us endeavor in that effort. At the incipients there was a vast field, upon which I galloped. Remember, not since when I had begun my galloping, but where my earliest recollection begins, I was already a quadruped horse, leashed by a master, steered by his saddle to somewhere. Such is the fate of most Heisho. Once all is said and done, the memory that remains burned into our psyche isn't what drove us to become a Heisho. It is the very first memory of our transfiguration. That didn't sound pleasant. This sensation remains painfully vivid even now, crackling and boiling like my biped legs did, dripping with viscosity as my entrails began to drop, only to be caught by flesh and leather that was not mine yet alien. Once it was all said and done, I had become a quadruped. Yet no memory of mine thereafter remains nearly as vivid. Instead, they are consistent and colorless. A life led by the reins. Eventually, the vanguard of the cavalry. I fail to recall exactly what excellence of mind it was that boosted me to the front of all others. Perhaps the answer lies in the sentiment that one of my past leash bearers had once shared. That the darkness of my armor, the shadows cast on my impassive countenance, kindled the least amount of guilt in him. Why would I, he said, feel any guilt when you are but a storm-like mindless disaster that strikes indiscriminately? The sentiment was most shameful to be saddled with, yet shame was a foreign feeling then. But I do not hold it in much contempt, as it was exactly what had led you to select me. Indeed, it was about then that you, young miss, first held my leash. You were certainly an odd one, even with the benefit of hindsight. How odd it was that you would use the cavalry not to break your foes, but to defend yourself from them. In a few days under your service, I came to conclude that my lord is too feeble to grow her clan. After a few more days under your service, I came to conclude that you had no other Heisho to choose from for your own for your tasks. Thus, I assumed that the leash would be changing hands to another's in no time. Or so I had thought. In about 2 or 3 months, my thoughts changed once again. Nay, I found clarity. I came to conclude that what she had sought wasn't a tool to exploit and cast aside when their usefulness was spent. She was looking for a companion in her adventuring path. That single understanding unlocked many others. To bring along an army of hundreds on an adventure is to bring a great burden. That to abandon them is to be foolish. She found value in what was made yours. It was then when I had first begun to address her as my young miss. Many nights to this day I pondered, did young miss choose me? To free a Heisho, an adept at that. Make him her companion exacts a terrible, monumental price. Must have been more to it than simply relinquishing her hold over the steeds. I searched through the memories of our exchanges, describing them, delving into the chasm of memories with the items upon which those recollections left marks. Allow me to share a supposition of my own in that regard. I recall a memory of a certain day in which you, with your usual attitude, bemoaned a sense of aimlessness as to why you toiled to become the family hierarch, and as you prepared for the evaluation. As that was the bearing with which young Miss oft carried herself, my reply was just as quotidian? I haven't seen that word before. Was it, young miss, that you found most joy in Hangyuan? And your reply was, oh, what kind of joy is there to be found in Hangyuan anyhow? Thus I replied, perhaps you could strive to become the family hierarchs, that one day joy may indeed be found in Hangyuan. In truth, I knew not the meaning behind that dialogue to you, until this rumination has found its end today. Your reply was the same as always. Stop saying dumb things, was the end of that. However, upon hearing his tale, I believe I gained an inkling of understanding. Indeed, him, or killer. As I wandered aimlessly lost in the alleyways of Hangyuan, he emerged from its shadows to address me. He explained thusly that he found the stable of steeds incomplete without its vanguard, that he had been wandering in search of the adept. To that I replied, it had already been too long since I was last leashed as a heisho, that there surely would be other adepts who were better fit for his vision. But he shook his head, and claimed that in all of the histories of the East and the West, there is but one adept fit to ride at the vanguard of his cavalry. The same one who once served his little sister. Able to quash my curiosity, I asked. While I could accept his decision to liberate my young miss from the machinations of the wraiths lurking underneath my Dagranyan, hardly could I within myself to forgive one who has swung his fell crest to end her life. Thus, why is it that he would seek me out, to goad me into none other than his leash, when I could well have been whetting the blade of vengeance against him? To that he replied thusly: those who seek to bring prosperity, to have the lowly streets bloom with laughter of happy barons and humble merchant stalls hum with a lively hubbub, must keep the most excellent steed. I recalled that you once spent much time conversing him. Some time in the past, his purpose seemed a little different from yours, young miss. The only delineation being the hesitation, or the lack thereof, before bloodshed. Do the ends justify the means? A banal question, yet it is so difficult to answer when confronted with it. That man's bloodied bandages told me of the future. The kind of bloodshed he would usher into the world of darkness to bring about the Hangyuan he sought to realize. But I decided to correct my thinking. If all other means are lost, then the ends, at the very least, must hold true. Today, young miss, I do not ingest the suppression bullets you had gifted me. The characteristics of a heisho shall return to me anon, for a body logged with heisho boluses are forever changed. I wear the mask again, indeed the same mask that I had once buried deep for safekeeping and sealing. The mask you had made me, young miss, out from the shards of the exoskeleton that grew whenever I took the equine form. When the time comes, I will bite down upon the gag and allow others to lead me by my reins once again. I know not how faint this memory of mine shall be again, but I shall remember you, my young miss, by writing, revising, and reading this letter without destination. All to finish the dream you had sparked. Now let me trot on, let me break into a gallop. If my path is not to your liking, always welcome your usual scathing reproach. I would gladly hear your voice again. Yet, you needn't be impatient. My gait is swifter than any in Hongyuan, so I don't suppose it will be long ere I embark on a journey to find you. Dang. Okay, guess I'll take care of that after this stream. Scandal in time. Oh, is it one of the Doctor's love affairs? Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flips through the newspaper in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Fortunately, I now know exactly what this means. And that she will continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it? Hua! Major Esquire! Dost thou know that the city's upstart companies such as one Limbus company must always pay close heed to the ever-changing world around us? Hi thee hither! Read thy newspapers, Major Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city! As Marisol tonight, Don Quixote do air every morrow. But just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's talking about Marisol in one of his morning routines. You know, the one with the newspapers. Ah, the newspaper routine where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure 4-letter lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper. That. I guess it left an impression on her. Bet she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Harken unto ah. Harken unto me! Art thou paying attention? Yep, totally. So what's new? What did an article mention? What did an article mention us or something? Oh ho! How dost thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth! Feast thy eyes on page 3! Though 'tis quite regrettable that we were robbed of the chance to be on the front page. Huh? Page 3? We're really starting to put our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Brody, the two sinners guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. Ahem! A dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T-Corp! Shocking! The perpetrators of this mysterious case has been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say? With small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happen to be lost in the area, with the most admirable heroics of the T-Corp Class 8 collection staff on the scene. Wandering bystanders, is it? Chance that particular denomination refers to us. Bystanders, they're treating us like we were barely there. They don't even mention our company name. Oh, come on! Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for the news media. He's right! Well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand old time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. I doubt anyone will pay as much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment. And you're standing there for a good moment in a big group chattering about the article. And someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, are you Limbus Company employees by any chance? You fellas are... I like your steampunk getup. It's very cool. Seriously, that would make for a cool cosplay. Be kind of tricky to pull off, though. Because I'm pretty sure those arms are prosthetic. Challenge would be so worth it, though. I'm sure you're already aware of the reason of our visit. Oh, I welcome thee here! Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival. Now, for whence shall we begin? Wow, is she actually here to interview us? No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing? I was not told that any interview would be taking place. My, where would you go at a time like this? Now where'd I put that leftover hair gel from Heath's makeover? Thou may commence! Alright then. Verily, I should really take all the credit for what we have accomplished there. Will you be making your tax payment in installments? Hmm? Huh? Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here. But we aren't even stationed here. Or live here. We are tax collectors from T-Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Those folks are never bringers of good tidings indeed. Wait, time tax? No, that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T-Corp Nest immigration process. Julia said a few days ago aboard Mephistopheles. Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? You probably know this already, but in T-Corp, everyone must carry a timepiece. Yes, I know the rules. For every rule, there's always room for an alternative that offers a bit more flexibility. Of course, I don't suppose it's listed anywhere on that pamphlet. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T-Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from relevant obligations instead of going out of their way to abide by T-Corp's rules. As you may have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we elected to pay 30 days' worth of time tax on the spot before entering T-Corp's borders. Impressive! Can't have been cheap. Ah, yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Otis does. Haven't I already made it clear that is not a fashion item? As I've said so in the past, there's no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. I am willing to bet that by the conclusion of the entire story for Limbus Company is going to be Limbus Corporation. We're finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay. It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here. Though. Well, I'm sure we could pot away stuff to fix a probably monster around in there. Easy peasy. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Hong Lu with his chin. If it'll help pay for the time tax, then sure.
아, 그러려나요?
Oh, maybe? I didn't pack much when I left, though. Well, let's get into the damage. How much time tax do we owe ya?
납부하셔야 할 시간세
Currently, you are...
총 100억 4천만 원입니다.
How much is the on worth? Because somehow I doubt that's what the time tax payment is, or that they're behind on is. What?
내가 귀가 많이 안 좋아졌네. 나 100까지는 들었는데 그 이후에는 뭐라고 한 거야?
Did my hearing get worse or something? I heard 10, 40, and the rest just kind of flew right over my
그
head.
정도 액수라면
That much money.
아이의 저희 집을
Oh,
한번
we
들려야
might
할
have
것
to make a
같은데요?
brief stop at my place first.
안 내면
It's too soon for that.
못 내면 어떻게
What other options do we have if we don't? I mean, if we can't pay the
그런
tax.
선택지는 존재하지 않습니다. 이자가 붙은 시간이나 금액 둘 중 하나로 납부하셔야 합니다.
Your calculation's got to be off. Can't pay the tax is not an option. The only options are the following: make a payment with time or money, with interest, of course. What the hell does making a payment with time even mean? Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. Never really cared to find out what exactly they meant. What they meant though. He's saying, Heathcliff, don't I think about this?
T사에 거취를
I
하고
have not
있을
once
때
failed to make my payments during my
시간세를 내지
residency at
못한
this
적은
nest.
없었어요.
Say,
내지
no,
못하였을
not what
때
transpires
이런
on
일에
occasion in
대해서는
which one
나눌
fails to
바가
pay the time
없어.
tax.
나도 저택에서
I've never been
시간세같이 복잡한
I've never been involved in messy business like taxes at the manor either. In Baxter's days, boss dealt with complicated shit like that for the rest of us.
못 내서 끌려간
I did see a few poor souls getting dragged away because they failed to cough it up, though. Well then, they're not so helpful answers. My mind immediately began to wander toward Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them. That's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors.
전혀 납득이 되지 않는군.
This is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led to this nonsensical figure?
T사의 징세 계산은 언제나 합리적입니다.
Tax calculations in T-Corp are always exceptionally feasible.
무의미한 시간이
The
계속
clock's
지나가고
ticking. Why
있군요.
would I be correct? And would I be correct to assume that you lack both the capability and the will to make your fair payments?
잠시만요.
Hey, wait! We don't have to escalate this. Can we get a timeout?
바람직한 발언이 아닐 것
Your
같습니다.
words may be quite unwise.
자, 지금
Crying all you want,
꿍얼거리는
all you want about not wanting to escalate things when you've got 10
100억
billion
아닌
on in your
달러를
pockets.
허가하겠다.
I won't recognize your opinion as worth as anything of worth otherwise.
없다면
No, that shove it stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle
우리의
that dares to
전진에
stand in our
방해가 되는
path.
자를
재밌겠군.
How exciting!
100억
A 10 billion on death.
100억 4천만 원입니다.
10 billion and 40 million on to be precise.
흑수, 오필정.
I have a plan!
이상해요.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Okay, so the plan is simple. Oh. Well, shite.
일기당천.
I forgot, these are non-focused battles.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Well, he probably still gets experience even if he dies, so... Does he? The heck is this? Oh.
불가 막아내지 못하리.
난 예상 못했나 봐.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이제 깨우치시게.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 힘을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Hmm. So how come it's on a... Okay. Not complaining, I was just puzzled.
일기당천. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
The T-Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Can I help you, sir? Cool cane. Is this one their ringleader? He may be of higher rank, but he is but an employee of T-Corp all the same. She is to say that her insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to a direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp. Use force to... I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. It seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes to appear. Man, weren't things much better between us and the guy bud only a few days ago? Feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't weird us like that. We had our reasons, Kate. They should, out of nowhere, try to extort a whole 10 billion on... 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. You really like saying that, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, the point is there's no way we own that much money.
선량하고
We're kind, law-abiding citizens who are brimming with a sense of justice.
그러니까
Here, here. Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the students chattered on like they were a part of a comedy skit. They chattered on like they were part of a comedy skit. Don't they always do that? Yes, I agree that 10 billion on in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles you might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this in the middle of the street, no less. Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning to the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion on in time tax is 10 billion on in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion on's worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply forego over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax.
확실히 이런 비정상적인 징세 보고가 올라온 건 드물지. 이쪽에서도
I admit that such absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in the 11th office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions? There's a pretext, wasn't it?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼구나. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 바꾸었지를.
The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much sooner than I expected.
약 일주일 전 어더링 하이츠 저택에서 사전에 허가받지 않은 광범위한 시간 노출 현상이 관측되었네요. 이로 인해 시간 누진세가 발생했고요.
About a week ago, a large-scale unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot up several stages into the progressive time-use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. A temporal leakage phenomenon? It refers to a deceleration, the flow of time within a certain physical field. In our case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the manor for a good while, too. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering on? It's Irish. What the bloody hell is she blathering on about? Deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... she was referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity as we were in pursuit of that man at the manor. Impossible. His ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It's most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. No, considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as you left behind the manor a few days ago? Mersalt! Is there much wrong with that daily routine? We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Most students were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always, constantly shouted through the silence. I've identified an anomaly.
저택에서 보낸 시간을 생각하면 조간 신문이 지급되었어야 하는데 이건 석간 신문이다.
We should have been issued the morning newspaper, the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake.
이 버스에서
As long as I've been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours.
오류가 발생할
The
여지는
possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of this is minuscule.
그러고 보니
Oh, now that I'm looking at it, that's a sunset, not a sunrise. I couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be! This must be the early hours of the morrow, is it not?
알것
I may have an idea as to how this inconsistency came to be.
그거는 TT4
Right, the TT4 protocol. What's that?
시간 속도 동기화 장치
Temporal velocity synchronization device. Something like that.
모두가 평등한
Should
시간
add it up for it once. A luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together. Some shite like that. Oh, it is quite unlikely, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray, shall someone explain it in a plainer language? It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Aha! Forsooth! I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. This information can be concluded that the time we have experienced within the manor is flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper instead of the morning newspaper was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is stated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. Glacier has sent us a new request to track down a distortion. As for more detailed information... So, activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... yes, indeed. It was akin to temper with an already accelerated flow of time from an outsider's point of view. It would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. Also, you didn't just manipulate time on a personal scale. Like I said earlier, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over that manor. Honestly, the situation is completely unprecedented. Right. They used to activate only on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit, because it was so bloody pricey. So the time tax for your inflated tax bracket multiplied by the surtax per volume from the physical space covered by that temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. I didn't like we knew something like this would happen. Well, anyway, you have two payment options to settle this time tax debt. Oi, options? What options? Yeah, like bags of intimidating on-gruff for a tree, isn't it? Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, how about that? What's that supposed to mean anyway? Paying with time? This means, oh, the employee who is about to answer our questions with painfully observable annoyance suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. I just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus Company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. Ah. No need to tick-tock and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I'll be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident, so please keep the sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone, and... Only Ryoshi will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. I expected his eyes to glow brighter. Well, off they go, I guess. Didn't even give us the chance to ask them more options. You're just leaving us here like this? Why isn't this whole mess basically about what'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but... What's Marisol doing on the gallows? What? Marisol, what are you doing up there?
올라가라 하여서
I was told to stand here, so I have done so.
누가
Who told you to... Who told you to... Who told you to do that?
나 내가 그랬어. 시간 쓰나
I did. I did. Just try to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. Although, I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting.
우와, 걸어다니는 시계라니. 이번
Oh, a clock with legs? How fascinating. If so, to submit you for consideration at the upcoming expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy.
시계를 보니까 생각났는데 몇 년 전에
Whoa, he's talking a lot. You reminded me of the time when some hapless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time or project path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell time. It's only one thing or the other. Leaving you lost in time and stranded in the streets. That was no good, not at all. That's no better than a clock taped to a compass at the end of the day, is it? Oh, right. TT5-2 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity within this office space, so don't you forget. I do not sync with the daily standard time. Might find this a little disorienting, so keep that in mind as well.
뭐라고요?
Now that's a look of someone who has never once heard of the TT5-2 protocol, eh? TT5-2 protocol, as its name suggests, is an invention to address the temporal efficiency problem present in the TT4 protocol. It's doing test runs only in a select few T-Corp offices. So if you do ever feel the urge to leave your impressions of this new shiny thing, feel free to just jot down a few words on this bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that 3-star review? Rain, who we presume to be a T-Corp staff, seemed to be very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking anyway. Anyway, if you're ready, let's get cracking! I'm ready. Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something like that. Something that looks like rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Marisol's throat. Is this what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Please quantify its precise and give a name. Temporal scale gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks that time right out of you. That was the original name, mind you. There was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo about its excessively long name, which was at approximately 58 words or letters. Can someone ask him what'll happen to Marisol? Is that thing going to kill Marisol? Kill him? Nonsense! She's a very gentle machine. That is simply preposterous. However, spoken in such manner often pretends that events of even greater. It's nice that I'm getting more unique chatters, but they're spam bots. However, often spoken in such manner, often pretends that events of even greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not so sure as to what might happen, actually. I suppose it'll suck 10 billion ons worth of time out of your friend. Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? Well, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's particularly generous system about the generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous, Even when worst comes to worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to the T-Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours a day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. I didn't know Dante was equipped with such an alarm. My, sucking 10 billion and 40 million ons worth of time from your friend was too much, I suppose. Look, it's a measurement error. That rarely ever happens.
잠깐, 당신 호기심에 당겼다는 소리예요?
Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity? Of course! 10 billion on of time tax is a historic unprecedented amount of time, so I had to see what would happen. You could land first in the first place lottery, you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion on, and that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history, if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't even seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tax debt willingly step up the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and digs themselves into an even greater debt hole. The point is, I said in this case, I expect someone at the 10 billion on time tax hole to just walk up there like that. What is wrong with this guy? I don't know, I like him. Awaken, Marisol! Prithee, surrender not to such machinery! Thou art unharmed? I am alright. Why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Marisol? Virgilius and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Okay, I can clearly see that you're both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons. We reached an agreement. And you explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. 10 billion on is certainly an absurd amount of money, but that doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, it appears that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I have prepared performance evaluation sheets for each signal precisely for one such occasion. The last pages of those evaluation sheets are extra opinions that I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion isn't the kind of money that you can settle with the sacrifice of one individual. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is you have been contracted to deal with the distortion. I guess we're really starting to put our names out there if they specifically sought us out to deal with this distortion. I have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their sixth choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I'll not deny that. So, what kind of distortion are you dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar unsolved cases within T-Corp's borders. Some call it the case of time-killing time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. The case of time-killing time? This is exactly what it says on the tin. Distortion is running wild and killing our time. Time is an asset here at T-Corp. It's not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing them, but in the case of time-killing time, the killer does not leave any traces. It is simply gone, completely removed and untraceable. No such thing has ever occurred here before. Thus, the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. Thus arrive with once again time to shine. According to a book I've perused in recent days, any and all detectives working to solve cases of urban nightmare or beyond are issued this special investigator badge during the course of their employment. Tis a badge that may as well be a universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the detectives, fixers. I feel like she deserves like a deerstalker cap, like the cap that Sherlock Holmes is often depicted wearing. and tell her that it's for the occasion. We plan to issue those badges. Yes. Aww. Woohoo! Much have I longed to add one such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges once this case is dealt with. Nay, I demand that I be awarded at least 3 badges. One for my private collection, one for display, one for business, so that... Shut it, Loss. What are we waiting for? Let's crack on. Walk this distortion. Get the hell out of here. I ain't dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I'd appreciate if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is that they don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group run wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, this special investigator badge isn't something the T-Corp hands out like candy. You can't give away a whole box of badges for all 13 of them. I concur, to a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first to welcome this offer. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these dead weights? We'll leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals takes care of business. You seem rather confident that you'd be a part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright, enough with your nonsense. So, how many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? 5 or 6, I'm guessing. Virgilius trailed off clear and happy about this outcome. Oh, 3. Oh, 4. Now, they have decided that 3, no, 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not a lot. Except that we barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. And you have wasted your breath. A tag team with the executive manager and I will be more than enough to complete this mission. Right, so it all comes down to my choice, 3 sinners. So many eyes upon me. Not that I've ever had them all look at me at the same time before, but pressure's a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like these. Looks like the manager isn't as deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. And taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands quickly now. Forsooth, I shan't hesitate before such excellent opportunity! It's finally my time to shine. Oh, you don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. Oh no, that wasn't. I'm not raising my hand. I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few students before, except for that one time when we accidentally walked out to the outskirts through the back door. So I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. What a mess. It'd be too much trouble for me to listen and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set, so I would make the decisions and choices for you this time, Dante. Well, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them and when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations. Dante, are you listening? I just said that I'll be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together, but it's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team that's less than the sum of its parts. This is all about building team synergy. Wait, didn't Rodeo say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? And as soon as we accompany Dante to solve this case are... I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. Those who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? It's still have to choose someone, though. Damn it! I've got it! I choose Faust, Result, Yisei. Huh? Wait, huh? Dante selected me, Result, and Yisei. Haven't you been listening, Dante? There are certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our upcoming journey, so she is not an option. Yisei was immediately ruled out even before the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Result did not volunteer.
나서야 할 이유는 없어.
There's no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I'm truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. Wait, that's, Hey, Otis, you know, that's not at all what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the Sooners while we're... I really soured the mood, didn't I? The three of them, whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together, all turned to look in my direction. Oh, just three of us, huh? That sure is such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Oh yeah, I get, but why did you volunteer? Thought it sounded fun as heck. The greater the quantity and diversity of experience, the better it is. We'll save one of the badges for you. Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. I have not else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, that must be why Sir Virgilius hath failed to catch mine impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. Pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. What's all this? A book, a magnifying glass, and... Are these clothes? 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Prithee, be gentle with them. Oh, but why are you carrying 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, verily. Is that not obvious to thee? Records of investigation, solutions to the 13 problems by Agatha... Oh, somebody's autographed it? So who's this Agatha? Agatha Christie, maybe? I have a hunch it probably is a reference to Agatha Christie. Fie! How are you all so ignorant in the lore of fixers? Once she was a grade 1 fixer who is so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the 7 Association. Truly? No one? Most people don't know those lore, Don Quixote. Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately? When not dressed appropriately for the occasion? Hear, hear! It is only right that the lady of ace detective adorn her countenance with this special mustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword to this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. Don Quixote, just let it go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? Didn't get picked? I never volunteered. Hey, it's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some free paid time off without breaking the company rules, and I wasn't about to let that chance slip. I guess I did have some last-minute regrets when I saw who Virgilius picked, but I'll just relax a bit and jump in to help him out when needed. Well, good luck. Call us the Elite Four. How's that? While the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T-Corp, why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp did not authorize the Sooners to run about unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 million ons worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Virgilius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? I'm going to jail? Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Yep, as living collaterals, apparently. It'll be fun. Hey, bet you look fondly back at this memory and when it's all said and done, Kay. We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice, this jail cell at least has some heating. Wait, what happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 million miles worth of time passes, I guess. Hey! Hey, wait! Get back here! That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom! What an interesting thing to say! Calm down, White. We'll be back before you even... Thou shalt return triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives! Mark my words! We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sailors behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook the steel bars. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Let's get a move on and have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see, the case records say that... Aha, there it is. It's just a stone's throw away. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Look at the record. Clearly states that neither of the first two victims is in a communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking psychic applications right now. Go away, shoot. Correct. One of us will be joining our team. We're going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation process. Pull that stick out of your ass. We plan to send a Class 2 staff member with you, but you're... Me? Class 5. See the badge? The chatterbox employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. I apologize for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down here. That guy's a Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as an arena employee, right? Yeah, as far as I know. Oh, don't be so sure. It depends on which ring you're looking at. Who knows, maybe there are Class 12 or Class 20 employees out there. Get it? Got it? Good. Let's get a move on. He stared in bafflement as the employees stormed out of the building, then hurriedly followed him out the door. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down, speeding up time. They're eliminating it completely. Just yanking it out of circulation. So, your name is... Mai? Relax, just call me whatever you want. Names are such important things, aren't they? No, names matter. Really? You never call anyone by their names, though. Relax, you call you however we want, but you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. That does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. I've got... You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along to your adventures? Okay, but still... She was staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette. Suddenly spoke up just as Bodhi was about to retort. Assistant, meet us. By the way, ma'am. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... they sure warmed up to him fast. I need a bit of food. I'll be back. shards at?
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저
It seems like I'm gonna be getting all of Gregor's good identities.
이번 사건의 피해자는 이 시계 공장에
Let's see. No. Let's see. The third victim of this case is the watch factory's. Hold up.
저 범상치 않은
They obviously got an expensive suit.
노력한 시험으로 보면 이 공장의 사장이었던 거야.
The meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my directions.
정답 시작이 좋네요.
Oops. There it is. You're out of the money. You're out of the money, detective. We're off to a great start. We are detectives working on the case of time-killing time. My name is. Dude, slow down.
뭐라는 거야?
What? What's going on?
요슈 탐정.
Yoshu, detective.
와, 말을 굉장히 빠르게
Yoshu is a
하시는
fast talker.
분이네요.
He's talking way faster than Bearsalt did when he reviewed those chickens. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast forward button just for him or something. Can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. You know, in a lot of times in fiction, you know, knocking back coffee causes someone to talk faster. So, would he talk slower if he knocked back some downers, like maybe alcohol or something? Just wondering. I can't understand the thing coming out of his mouth. Or maybe just record it and play it back at a slower rate like they did with Twitchy after he drank some coffee in Hoodwinked. I think that was the movie.
저 사람은 가지고 있는 시간이 많.
가지고 있는 시간이
He's someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean?
평균적인 티사 시민의
An average T-Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day, but you might also run into someone like him. People with plenty of time to spare, because they have so much surplus time they can afford to condense 40 to 50 hours to a single day. And to people with fewer hours a day, it'll look as if he's moving 2-3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time can pick their nose with the blink of an eye before anyone else even has the chance to catch them in the act. I gave Rhodey a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu's SHNC. What's that short for again? Quick look, as in a brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock.
저기 좀더 천천히 말해줄래?
Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration very rapidly, that is. Before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder, it began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. My name is Bumble, a proud proprietor of this watch factory. Apologies for the awkward moment of awkward method of communication. You see, my days are 52 hours long. I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but things have taken a turn for the worse, in fact, in the recent years. 52 hours? To me, it looks as if you you're talking very, very, very slowly. Must say, it's quite frustrating, but I'm willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case.
아니, 하루를 52시간으로 살면 대체 어떤 인생을 살고 있는 거야?
You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day? Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Oh, I can tell you if you're that curious. It's a very, very full life, I must say. Having more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things done in a day. Like sleeping 10 or more hours at night and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keep your skin moist and fresh indeed. I'll let you touch it if you want it. As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bubble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings. I'm surprised she didn't. I'm surprised she didn't say dillygaff. maybe been around for humility and remembers a bit too long. I don't know. Or too long, too much, whatever. Get to the point. One late evening. Let's see, like I was busy walking down the street. I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, you know. And all of a sudden, an attack? No, I just happened to be called in and left the bacon at the kitchen counter at home. I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt. Ah, my second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. District 23. This is District 20. District S. District X. How do they make salt? The point. Well, so I stopped briefly looking up at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to salt that bacon. That's where the time ripper struck. The clock tower? Each one of the 12 zones at T Corp has a clock tower that displays A Corp's standard time scale. Because everyone has different hours to spend a day, their watches sync with their respective time scales as well. So to tell the real objective time, one would have to check the clock tower. That's pretty neat. Alright, Tutu. Let's focus on stuff that's actually important. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit. A tailored suit. A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? It must have cost me about 58 million on, of course, since it was tailor-made. Its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Oh, and how can I put this impressively keenly shaped mustache? Hey, I wasn't talking about... Sorry about that. Hey, I was talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I sink. Oh, you made the motors appear, huh? Well, let me think. I didn't recall anything. It just happened so fast that. How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope, it was just 100 hours has gone blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that. I'll have you know, so much damages. Got 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? No, but 100 hours a week is just 2 days or so. Still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Whipping away time, huh? I mention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and loads of prize money that comes with it. T Corp really values its supports its inventors, you know. Some people say that once upon a time, T Corp's chief executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Maybe. Remember looking for an inventor and received an award for that tech, an assistant? But every inventor at T Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency. That is not without a few exceptions. There was once a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literateurs made some inventions that they neglected to register. And wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T Corp was up in arms. Everyone dashed about in a panic, making affairs, holding important meetings, and what It was that big of a deal. I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for Yisei. Alright. So, is there anything like that registered in T Corp's tech agency?
처음 보는데?
Nope, first time I've heard anything like it.
그런 건 진작 말해줘.
You could have started there, you know. What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshu, who's completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah, no one's actually dead, and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suits, I say, huh? Disagree. Your suit's shit. Aw. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... Me? Why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I want to be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. She strode toward him before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Yoshi was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck, despite the disparity in time. Just like this. Whoa, I thought she was actually about to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. That'd be case closed then. All we'd have to do is to arrest Yoshi. You scared the heck out of me, huh? Well, I suppose that villain didn't really stab me in my vitals or whatever. But he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did. I see, so the killer is just running around ripping time away from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that for that ass. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I had thought. I want that annoying stupid stash. Now that kid here is frustrating. No way, can you think of a single person who'd hate someone like me? I can think of more than a few. I said it must have been the work of some beggar who wanted to try on my tailor-made suit. What about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that to find the culprit, we must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it's at least a very good page-turner. Luke can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit has to be an employee who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time. No, that seems quite implausible, as you can see. What? The laborers at this factory. They're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses.
저런 노동자들은 하루를 10시간 정도로 살아가. 그마저도 공장에서 하루 대부분을 쓰곤 하지.
Man. Factory laborers like them usually live rather short nowadays. Most of which spend their factory job. Most of which they spend at the factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Listen up, everyone. Output gained only 30% growth compared to last month's growth. Have I not impressed upon you how important this is? We'll be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate. Bubble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner. Even that simplest action taking excruciating long time to complete. Boss, it's impossible to work any faster than... Bothersome. Let's complain more similarly. Use your times effectively. Chop chop. No idea how frustrating it has been for me as of late. Did you even know that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden? Could understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble, you're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know. You know that? How do you expect them to understand the thing you're saying? So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow. Only hustlers and busy bees like myself who make the best of their time can rise above the rest of this chaotic, bustling city here. Hey, what? You know that's a lot of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with that time? Rodia, hey, I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp after all. Hey, assistant, you're a class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all this? Normal? The detectives, you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z. Can you confidently say that you have seen all there is to see? Not really, but then give this idea a thought, why don't you? But the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of life of the city, regardless of which nest you're in. She's right. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right there. Such harsh words. I have my share of pain, I'll have you know. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious. Bubble gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. White Scarved? Oh, the White Scarved League. And I can't use any of them! Phooey!
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다. 반대로 생각해 보면 되겠네요.
Maybe we could flip the script. We could flip the script in a line of thought. What kind of people, Rodia, do you think hate rich people? Well, except for their families. If I do ever get murdered by under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet that it's one of my family members who did me in, or Heathcliff. That's a pretty dark joke. The culprit went straight for Bumble. As employees, literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprits had been among those slowpokes, Clock would have noticed it. And that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory. Someone without much time. Someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of the affairs in the T-Corp nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit then. Ah, so it's like one of those kinds of, mystery, one of those plot twists with like some kind of murder mystery thing where it seems like it's just one person, but it turns out to be a cult. Or like with the original Scream, where it seemed like it was just one ghost face, but it was actually two people that were taking turns wearing the mask. More than a single culprit, huh? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way, I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore. Even back at J-Corp. Well, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know of a group just like them. Sometime later in a certain alleyway, group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest. Perhaps you're looking for your DBA? Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Rodia? Rodia stopped dead in her tracks. The TVA. Here?
단체에 대해 아십니까?
Do you know something about that organization?
여러 둥지에서 활동
I
중인
did hear that they've been spreading through the nests as of late. I don't know which one to say is correct. That has been long since they started popping up within T-Corp's borders. So direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. Methinks it's a real bother. Standing guard here, all this stop and search, so tedious. So, what are the Eurodv up to around? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, saying things like time or money. I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people, and... Wait, stop right there, you! What are you looking around all shifty for? It's a stop and search. Isn't that the guy we ran into before? Well, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that... I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the creepy glare. Where could you find them? Euro TVA. Well, quite easily. In fact, let's see there. Honglu! A sudden explosion tore Honglu to shreds as he was peeking around an alleyway. Speaking of the devil, maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Ooh, starting for the bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring you back. Gotcha. Turning the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back. There, the explosion came from that way. Damn watch chains of T-Corp here to collect your filthy dues, eh? Okay, no time to explain, right? Let's talk about that later. How convenient! Hey, hang on. Aka Honglu himself doesn't have any color, but his attacks do. Whatever. I guess it's not important. How fortuitous. Pretty sure that's not a skill 3. Oh, that was over quick. Of course, being able to use Rhodia's skill 3 times sure helped a lot. Let's see. How many am I sitting at? 324. Not nearly enough. Then again, I suppose I shouldn't have expected it to be. Right. Retreat!
이봐 참가상.
Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy? Is he talking to me?
아까 그거 어떻게 했던 거야?
Oh no, did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila! Seemed to be that you rewound the time and unwounded your friends. I've never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's
영업 비밀.
trade secret. Ask you shall receive. Pain. Ask you shall receive, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Seeking you shall find.
신기하네. 너희
Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time?
경유되지 않은 공간에서
As far as I'm aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open, unenclosed area. Either that, or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very unlikely that I missed anything.
이런 상황에서 한가하게
You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante!
잠깐 기다려봐. 한가하다니.
Hold on, inane stuff? This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to a few small fry revolutionaries.
역시 시간의
If it were a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So I doubt that's what this is. It must have something to do with time manipulation. I'm certain of it.
프로토콜처럼
Maybe it works with the same mechanisms as the TT2 protocol under the hood. Nope, that works only with an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams? That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding that time, then the visual elements of that process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either, am I right? You can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to...
그리고 꽤 고통스러운
process all seem to be involved a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in bad taste to say that it's good news. But I suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous places like the back streets. But here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork nub attached to the badges in there. Mind rotating it for me? Class 5 staff member jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds before reaching out and pointing at the badges we were wearing.
탐정 일을 맡아준 애교사가 항상
Not all special investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. This is why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher-ranking staff members of T-Corp wear.
기능의 이름은
It's called golden time. If you keep the clockwork round, it will automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? So, I don't actually have to turn the clock myself?
물론 한번
Of course, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent. If you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it all comes down to you, participation trophy. You have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself.
우리가 상처 입고 피 흘리기 전에 뭘 조치해줄 생각은 없다. 이거지?
Willing to do that, but not willing to help us before you get torn to shreds, huh?
오히려
I prefer that. Good. Whew.
자, 그럼 쫓아가.
Ready? Let's go after them then. Sometime later. Where did they run off to?
분명 이 근방으로 뛰었는데.
Pretty sure they came this way.
발자국.
No more tracks. We waste too much time on his boring lectures.
그런데 주수.
Hey, assistant, are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're out on a picnic?
난 뛰는 게 싫어.
How'd I run? I hate running.
유로제비를 체포해야 되는 게
I
당신의
still do
일이야?
your job to press the DVA, isn't it?
그런가? 지금 내
Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of time-killing time, not making your DVA arrests.
당신은 T사 소속 직원이잖아.
But you're a T-Corp employee!
내가 열심히
Okay, fine. Let's say that I decided to run instead of walk and help you capture those your DVA rascals. What then? Will T-Corp suddenly stop having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that, as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it.
궤변이군. 전소하면 그만이지 않나?
Excuses, then KTA.
소탕하면 더 위험한 조직이 그 자리를 차지.
He understood that?
그때는 저 뒤에 계속
If we do kill them out, it only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collective friend familiar might end up suffering from something much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention they'll be getting muscle cramps from all the running.
그건
That's...
그리고 당신 친구
Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird, I thought you wouldn't want me to arrest them.
그러게요.
Right? I thought Brody would be a bit happy to be reunited with your GBA. Well, since looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left.
그래.
Fine. T-Corp employee we met earlier was still standing, completely inert, not moving a muscle.
안타깝게도 이 늦은
Oh,
시간까지
woman, I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour.
직장인의 인생이란 그런 거니까.
Such is the life of a laborer.
아니, 이자.
They got her. Can't even hear her breathing.
시간 살인마의 수법이네요.
That's the Time Ripper's MO. The Time Ripper got to her that fast?
정지 상태 그 자체다.
She's in a state of absolute stillness.
손에 피를 묻히지 않아도
Death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands.
결벽적인 예술이군.
What a misophobic art. Thanks for sure. This game is definitely expanding my vocabulary. Abnormal fear of dirt or contamination. Okay.
저희에겐 비록 멈춘 것처럼 보이지만
Though she may be in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside.
그분에겐
For her, this must be as brief as a blink of an eye.
범인은 그 많은
What do you think the
시간들을
culprit's
어디에
trying to do
쓰는
with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. I mean, the victim.
우와, 이것 봐. 시공간 전이 중첩 현상이 일어나고 있나 봐. 만져지지가 않아.
Oh, look, there must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on here. She's entirely incorporeal.
아니, 이 와중에 무슨 감상평을.
Hey, did you know on a rupture can do wrath? I thought it did gluttony damage. Is this seriously the time to... Rhodia! There! Up ahead! Whipped around into the now familiar sensation of a distortion, caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. You! Stop! Wish you think you can catch up?
사냥개 역할은
I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you. Just this once.
우와, 제법 빠른 속도.
Oh, she's pretty fast.
노슈
She sure moves fast when she finds something interesting.
너희처럼 앞만 보면
It's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind who sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon.
여기 사람들은 발끝만.
Everyone only ever looks down, the next bent and gaze upon their gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time of the clock towers.
모두가 허리를
Looking down like that all the time's got to be bad for your neck. But there must have been a time when everyone walked tall.
왜 그런지 알 것.
Only one character does wrath. Huh. I think I know where that is.
무기력해져서 그래.
It's because they all learned helplessness.
숨이 가쁘도록.
Because they realize that even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing will change. But it doesn't matter.
그래도 메르소
Yeah,
씨처럼
not everyone can run like Marisol. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. And that's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember, it's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and..." When she shouted, "It's a stop and search."
그러게.
Yeah, but she saw someone suspicious approached them for a stop and search and got ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers.
언제 돌아오실진
But we don't know when she'll recover.
모르겠지만요.
Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive?
저기 류슈. 그런데 아무리
Hey,
봐도
Yushu, does he look kinda
아까 도망가던
a bit
범인이랑은
different from the
다른
mysterious
모습이
person that
보이지 않아?
got away? He's clearly wearing something different.
그리고 이 사람은 아까 봤던 유로집이 중 하나잖아.
Well, they did need to talk to one of those guys. Besides, he's one of the Eurydice we already ran into.
옷차림 따위
Those
꺾고
are just husks that can be cast off at any moment.
이놈 나를
We started
보고
running as soon as our eyes met.
어이,
Hey, rise and shine. How about the suspicious one? It would run if someone like you started sprinting after them. That big sword in your hands. I have many ways to crush the truth out of you.
섰지.
First, no dismembering. This is the Eurydice's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. Watch out! Nothing happened. What was that?
넘어오는 유로지비 T4지부의 5대 역작 중 하나. 휴대용 진동 조정식 점등형 음파 발생기다.
It's a really long name. One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Eurodivy T-Corp branch, with portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attached to its sine wave generator. This will call every single Eurodivy its range to this exact location. See what I mean? You see, the problem prevalent amongst inventors. They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. Bring it.
흑수묘, 찐박질 힘.
목을 떨궈주마. 목을 떨궈주마.
Depths of fun.
뱀으로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을
이거리면
보여내.
충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
사요. 짐승 튀울 수도 없겠구나.
숨통 끊기.
이거리면 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만. 어머, 놀랐어? 빈틈투성네. 어머, 놀랐어? 빈틈투성네.
And that's a wrap.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지, 죽은? 그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면 죽은? 설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴 거야? 말도 안 돼. 이건 약속이랑 다르잖아.
찐박질 시간.
No. Or supposed to. Nope.
뱀으로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을
이거리면
보여내.
충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
사요. 짐승 정상의 허덕이나.
숨통 끊기.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
거쳐.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이거리면 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I said, for a bit I thought it showed that the guy had some kind of tremor. Oh, yeah, that's right.
숨통 끊기. 거쳐.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
거쳐.
묘여. 길을 열어. 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 괜찮지 섰네.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐고 다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
I need to check something real quick. Okay. Now that's interesting. Oh wait, that's right. That chapter. Yeah, that chapter quotes of the gospel. The phrase "ask and ye shall receive" is particularly prominent in LDS doctrine because in the Bible, in the Old and New Testament, the phrase comes up only once, but in the standard works, the Bible, the Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and Pearl of Great Price, it comes up 3 times.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
What about what? Let's see, after matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated URDV members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout.
결국 이곳까지 찾아냈네. T사의 더러운 시계줄들과.
You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T Corp. And you clock! You clock, he says. It's only elementary because I am an ace detective. Would exclaim triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yep, we're all ace detectives. Then where's your deerstalker cap? Yeah, I like how that makes him look surprised and confused. I'll admit we should have let you track us down, but you don't look too strong. It's a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. We've prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our buds. We've got a class 5 with us, you know. I can deduce a few things about you. One, that means outfit.
이걸로 알 수 있는
That look
사실은
on his face. I
저
see.
사람이 진짜
It's like they're not lying that he really is a class 5 staff member. Two, they're absolutely.
5등급 시계줄을 데려온 너희.
I'm pretty sure the next spin is the rerun on Murder on Warp Express. Okay. You're absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this.
여기서 양심이 왜 나와?
What does this have anything to do with shame?
양심은 모르겠지만
I don't know about shame, but this place is sure is run down.
아, 그럼 공평하게 이렇게 하자. 나는 빠질게. 아무래도 내가 싸우면 반칙이 되어버리잖아.
Oops. Right, how about this? I'll set this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'll be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah?
그건
That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Do we not get any say in any of this? Well, he wasn't participating in the fights before, so...
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
세게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬자.
Come to think of it, wasn't Murder on the Orient Express a Hercule Poirot story? It was a novel. Let me check. Oh shoot, it's like I thought.
저 해충들을
이거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
사요. 짐승.
Oh, it's an Agatha Christie novel.
놀랐어?
And a Hercule Poirot novel. Okay. Spam! Spam, eggs, sausage, and spam! Spam, spam, beans and spam!
이거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
Yeah, it is a detective book. Agatha Christie wrote a lot of murder mystery novels. I just wasn't aware that she wrote the Hercule Poirot books as well.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
묘해. 길을 열자 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
In fact, crap, I don't remember which class it was specifically, but in high school there's a class that one of the books to read was And Then There Were None.
놀랐어?
흑수며 뜀박질 춤. 가치없. 죽어라.
Oh, there's also Mummy on the Orient Express. That was an episode of Doctor Who.
그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면 죽음? 설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴 거야?
Oh, it is pretty late, so I suppose I should probably call it here.
다르잖아.
Hey, Project Moon sure likes their literature. But yeah, it seems like my hunch that the grade 1 fixer by the name of Agatha was intended as a reference to Agatha Christie, considering that there's an event called Murder on the Warp Express. So, yeah. But in any case, thank you all for watching, and peace I leave with you